Hi, I'm Pharaoh, and I am going to focus today on, well, running a couple of missions, of course, and then doing, excuse me, and then getting a few. Well, I don't actually need to get any more glyphs. I've got all the glyphs, but getting this alien multi-tool it's one of my favourites, not because it's got particularly good slots. It hasn't got close together supercharged slots. But what it does have is it has some really good rounded stats. So as you can see here, which way do I point? That way? Yeah. As you can see just here, it has very close to maximum damage. It has reasonably close to maximum mining, and it has pretty high scan, which is the least important one, let's face it, for a multi-tool. So it's quite a nicely rounded multi-tool. It's kind of a jack of all trades. It's not as good as well, if we were to get, say, for instance, a sentinel, but they're not green, and I wanted to match my outfit. And it's not as good as a staff, but again, we can't get staffs anyway. We can only get the ones from the previous expeditions. So, I mean, I suppose I could have started from another save and brought one in, but I didn't. This is a brand new save. So let me just set up my iPad. Yep, that looks okay. Just do a quick test. And we'll kick the game off. So I've got the glyphs on there. So
Fuclid says, test.
That's my test coming through. I've got the glyphs on there. I don't know how easily it is to read them.
Z says, oh man, I got bit by a big bee today.
Genuinely? Okay, that's not nice. Right, so where are we? We're going to... I think what I'll probably do is start running the missions first. I'm just running the game in the background, by the way.
ZXZ says, no.
Not seriously. Right, so I'll bring this back up when I need it. I'll probably run the missions first. So let me just, first of all, go into my normal view. So what are we at? 34. I reckon we're probably due to complete the community mission stuff in
ZXZ says, this alien
5 or 6 weeks out of 8.
Neutron cannon.
Well, I'm going to try and use this one for not a pulse splitter, for a photon. No, what's getting my names? Boltcaster, because a distributed set of. Let me just focus on one thing at a time. Yeah, a distributed set of. Why is that? A distributed set of supercharged slots is not really a downside for just an ordinary boltcaster. At least I have never found it to be that bad a setup. Right, so I keep going there instead. Track swarm activity. Let's get these out of the way. So assist specialist Polo, that's the easiest one to do. And whatever he wants, I've got it.
ZXZ says, did you miss your morning coffee?
No, I didn't miss my morning coffee. My brain suddenly froze as soon as I started playing, I think. It's that cough, it threw me off. Give supply. Phosphorus. He asked for phosphorus yesterday. What is he doing with all that phosphorus? I don't think we can get many clues from what he asked for. I was hoping it might give us an idea of what how he might be doing things. I think we know roughly what he's doing, but
Ignition ZXZ says, "Come one, Pharaoh. Stage fright. It's just me and Graph."
it's not stage fright. It's just brain freeze. Disrupt swarm reclamation operation. So this is fallen swarmers, and this one is retrieve valuable swarm data. So this is the disassemble one. I'll do this one first, and we'll do the disassemble one last. They are giving away a lot of nip as rewards for these things. Something that No Man's High has definitely noticed. The Reddit thread, subreddit. I have my coffee right here. I think it's probably my third coffee of the day. I did have to descale my coffee machine though. Has this actually... No, I think I've locked onto the wrong thing here. So I need to change once I get closer. Let's get around these things. Looks like at least 3 bases around this one. This doesn't look very promising. They're not too close. I do have a feeling... I haven't seen any bases really close to the swarm wreckage recently. I do wonder if they might have started either deleting or stopping people from making them too close. Come on. Of course, the other problem is the landing problem. If they've got landing pads, you need to be facing away from them. The bases, that is. This should just be the repair. Oh, it's auto-completed. It's odd the way it does that. I've seen it do it a few times.
Toxic protection falling.
Let's get these anyway. Relatively easy today. Only 3 of them, and they weren't firing those crazy sidewind. Oh, there was 4. There was one hiding somewhere. They weren't firing those sidewinder things that are so nasty. All right, I might as well pull this apart if I can. If I can. Looks like I can.
Extreme light toxicity detected. Toxic protection falling.
Come on. Oh, I'll clear it there then. Oh no, one more. I saw something move. Just fell inside it, I think. There we go. So how much corrupted Ica do we have? 1,000 odd. I'm being hit by some creature. Let's hope it doesn't kill me before I do this. Have a treat. I think we come back to this planet quite a lot because it's always a... Now we're being hit by weather effect. It's always that Triceratops that seems to be attacking me. Right, so where were we? Right. Swarm ones should be local, so I will do it from here. But one of the problems of there being such limited missions, only about 4 different missions, is that you know exactly what to expect, which makes it a little bit overly easy, really. Need a little bit more variation.
Just dropped in to say hi, have some work, so we'll join later.
Good to see you, Alphys. I didn't actually say hello to Ignition and Gravnaut. I'm good to see you both. I'm not even sure what that emoji actually is. Is it? Oh, it's a little... kind of an 07, only not.
Ignition ZXZ says, salute.
Yes. Although Cleo can't pronounce salute, it seems.
Ignition ZXZ says, salute.
I think I have my gyro close-up aim just set a little bit too tight.
There's very little variety in the missions, right?
Now we're going to get... Now we've got weather here. We've got lightning coming in. Oh, we're right next to one there. Oh, that's nice. Storm crystal. What I'll probably do is use the alien as my main weapon for this kind of thing, so I'm not switching between multi-tools. Set it up for killing these swarms. that it? Yep. Just keeping 500 back just in case. You never know if it might suddenly require it. Right, let's go and get this alien multi-tool and then we'll try and set it up. I think earlier this week, I put a base down. I can't remember now. Portal. Yeah, pretty sure I did. So we should have a portal base to go to.
Ignition ZXZ says, yes, you did. A base near a portal.
Yeah, good. Thanks. Thought I had. And if we're lucky and everything's working properly, it should mean that it's already charged as well, because we went through it.
Graph Naught says, yes. It's called Portal Base.
It is indeed called Portal Base. That delay between social media stream picking it up was well timed. There we go. I think it's the other side, wasn't it? There we go. Be charged. It is charged. Right, I'll need to pull back up my details. So I'm entering it in the background, but I'm using this screen myself as well. So it's bird. I always think that's a sunrise over water. A galaxy. Diplo. Sunrise. Whale. Tree. Triangle. Sunrise. Flying insect. Whale. Ship. Let's just take that off the screen for a second. Where are we? No, it's not that one. Where are we? Should be above words, so it's probably, no, it's not that one, that's me. Strange. Not that. It's not that. All right, well, I'll just go back to here. Not sure why I can't see that on there. So what I need to do is I need to double check the planet name.
Extreme toxicity detected.
But I need to reload in space. That may not be the actual planet. Let's have a look at my discoveries. Pull back up my just chatting a second. Planet New Focale. So that's the other planet. And could someone just put that in chat? Minus 33.7, minus 130.2. So I can have it on the screen without having to come back to here.
Ignition ZXZ says, minus 33.7 by minus 130.2.
Cheers, thank you very much. Might as well make this easy and reload at the space station. You can just reload in space.
Says, dash 33/7 minus 130.2.
Cheers, Gravnort. So yeah, I could have just flown around in space for a bit until I got an autosave and then reloaded there. Or I could have called my freighter in and reloaded there. I think you can even reload at the anomaly. Just want to remind myself. Let's go back. Remind myself whether it's actually a space station one that tipped me off in the first place. So that isn't. There it is. So that's what it looks like. We're going to get that on the planet. So it's obviously green to match my outfit. It's B there. Makes me wary that it's not changed. It's no longer S. That would be a pain. It is possible for a B to also be an S. We'll soon find out. That's the one.
Graph Naught says, problem with B is that it might be a natural C that's been raised up a level.
Well, I definitely have. This is where I got it before, and it was an S before. So let's keep our fingers crossed that it hasn't changed. I don't know how much motor tools really have changed over the years. There was only a couple of times I'm aware of them changing. Right, so where are we? We're at plus 79, so we need to go a long way around. Let's head east.
Graph Naught says, oh, so this has been confirmed in the past.
I found it, yeah. This is one of the few aliens I found myself. So now we're at minus, that's quite nice, minus 72, so we're not far off there. Oh no, we are quite a long way, it's 130, so we're... No, that's the wrong way. We actually went too far by the look of it. Yeah, that's going up. We want to go slightly north anyway. No, sorry, we want to go slightly south anyway. Let's get up to the top of the atmosphere. Get that sweet spot if we can, where it's about 3,000 units. Missed it. You have to stay in the atmosphere. Just get it so its maximum is 3,000 without popping out. See, I popped out, so it's 2,600. Slightly raise. I'm not getting it. Maybe it's a slightly too small planet to do it properly. $98. I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? No, 99. 130. Yeah, I'm not going the wrong way. 130.2. I want my compass back. I've gone too far. 33. I want to go back south. We're nearly there. Might as well get a bit lower and get a bit more precise. See anything yet. We're a little way away still. I'd have thought it would be in that clearing there, but it's not. We're not quite north enough yet. Getting close now. See an obvious clearing that's just over here. I might get into my exocraft. Be a little bit more precise. Pick up that first. Right, -34. Let's go to exactly -33.7. Oh, I'm not even going north at the moment. Of course, I'm in a slow exocraft. It's going to take a little while. Oh. Yeah, I forgot that I hadn't souped up my exocraft in any way.
Ignition ZXZ says, Q, are you going to be at the 10th anniversary meetup of the NMS team?
I don't think so, but I could. It's not that hard to get to for me. So I could theoretically. I won't really know until the last minute, and then I'll probably make it a day trip even if I do. What's that over there? Oh. Probably. Wouldn't have thought they'd be... Well, they can be two quite close together. -33.7, 100... Why wasn't I spotting that from the air? I don't know. Right. I never like when it's floating like that. That can if they're slightly lower or higher, that can throw things off as well. See, that is not what I wanted to see. Something's changed. That's very frustrating.
Ignition ZXZ says, that is a killer multi-layout.
Yeah, it's different to the one I found before, isn't it? Whoops, I just completely logged out instead of... Never mind. It's not going to have the same stats, though. You're logging all the way out and logging back in again. It's probably not a bad idea. Obviously, when I go to this multi-tool cabinet, it won't be the same multi-tool. I just want to see if it comes up as S if I go back to it. That comes up as A as well. Sometimes this can be a rendering error where it renders too high or too low. Let's get this a little bit further away. But that very first sign when we got to the cabinet in the space station and it was only a B wasn't a good sign. Back in my ship. Actually, let's just pull that up here as well. I mean, I've come all this way. Might as well grab it anyway, I guess.
Is this the tier 3 economy?
Maybe the economy changed. It should be. Yep. I mean, the economy shouldn't change. I'm going to reload in space. So we have a restore point. We want this autosave to get later than that. So there we go. Yeah, because the seed of a multi-tool is entirely based on its exact 3D location, sometimes you'll see things like points of interest. They'll render in and they'll pop up or down slightly in the landscape, and that can throw off the multi-tools. This is still... That's still floating. Which
North says, is this a pre-worlds update find?
It is, but it didn't change anything else multi-tool way. I didn't think multi-tools changed. They did change initially. I think I'm going to have to grab it anyway. But then they fixed that change, but obviously they didn't fix the change for everything. I'm not going to grab it straight away. I'm going to do one more test. reloaded the space station again. If nothing else, it will be a good way of showing the difference between a natural S and a non-natural S if we upgrade it and then compare the stats, because in theory it's exactly the same multi-tool from the same cabinet. But with a slightly different seed. But I was hoping this would shortcut the having to upgrade a multi-tool. No, still a B. I think it's changed. It is no longer what's in the S-Class cabinet.
Ignition ZXZ says, 50,000 nanites is what we need.
Yeah, it's a lot of nanites though. But I could hunt around and see if we can locate the S-Class cabinet and see if it's something different. Or at least find another A-Class cabinet.
Whispering eggs would be easy peasy for nanites. Or fishing.
Or fishing. I was thinking of abandoned bases as maybe the best way. Abandoned buildings, rather. Not going to render differently, is it? The only other thing, sometimes if you go away and approach on foot, sometimes it can render differently, but I don't think this is a rendering issue. I think this is as you say, Worlds has changed it.
Ignition ZXZ says, since this is on normal mode, what's wrong with Runaway Mold Farm?
True. It is on normal mode. Normal mold. We could maybe even find somebody else's runaway mold farm.
Life support power low. Technology recharged.
See, I remember. No, I have. Well, I could claim it, and then I could do a little bit of a search just to confirm whether or not the A-Class cabinet is different. I would need to get plenty of charts to do that. I think I've got quite a bit of navigation data. I'll have a look in a minute. Nope. Right, well, I'll grab it. Use one of my navigation data now. Let's have a look, see what navigator I have got. Um, 16. It's not very many. I suppose I could get one from here. I use one, but I could get one back. And those barrels could have them. Could always make a nav data farm. Make a nav data farm right here, I suppose. Nah, let's not do it here. Right, back to the space station. Get a few charts. If nothing else, I have a multi-tool that matches my outfit, which I haven't actually looked at yet, so we'll do that at the space station. There's nice illumination at the space station. And as Gravnaut said, it looks like the supercharged slots weren't too bad. Be interesting to see where the other one is. No, I can't bring it out of the space station, can I? Charts. Exchange specific charts. We should see what the random one is as well. And want the red one, don't we?
Product received.
Come on, be red on the random. That would be nice then. Nope, it's green. Is there a nicer planet to run around on? Fungal mold, aggressive sentinels. Frost, maybe that could be. Soon find out what the weather's like. Where is it? Hidden behind here, I think. Is that it? No, that's not it. I think there's a pretty high chance of finding an A, isn't there? An A cabinet. Just land.
Gravnaut says 10% for it.
Storm.
Stopped quite close. Where is it? It was right there, next to the shelter that it found. Could have found that without using a chart. Okay, let's get the nav data. I guess as I'm probably on the nanite grind, I should maybe dig up buried tech as well. Maybe this isn't the best planet to be running around on. Oh, I haven't got a thing on this one.
Thermal protection falling.
That was already on terrain manipulator. There's another one quite close, wasn't there? That's probably not it. No.
Temperature levels stabilizing. Thermal protection falling. Energy recharged.
That's the same multi-tool. I keep missing it. I keep forgetting it's already on it. Right, where we are. There we are.
Graph North says, check the GTT for nav data.
The GTT. Ah. Probably not a bad idea. Probably should check both. Someone was saying they haven't seen any nav data in a terminal for a while. I need to check the game files and see if they've moved them out. I think I've got all the blueprints, yes. We've got a bit of nav data there, just the one. Bit of salvage data I can burn. Yeah, where is my salvage data?
Storm clearing.
Any more in here? Doesn't look like it. Mission tower. That might be slightly too long. Oh no, it's coming up.
I said that about nav data in galactic trade terminals. Later that same day I did find nav galactic trade terminal.
So we have confirmation that it's still there. It's not the right one, but it's in the way, so I'm going to it anyway.
Graph North says, yes. I found 134 in AGTT in abandoned mode.
Nice.
Graph North says, oh. Wrong. That was in the Expedition.
The Expedition, okay. Well, it's the same. It should be the same drop table. Hey. Wonder where the things are there. Oh, I should be checking the terminal and also.
Graph North says, there was no need for nav data in abandoned mode. I had been wanting it for the Expedition save.
Was it in one of the nearby planets on the main route, or had you gone a long way away? These give that nice. Okay, usually. Not very many though.
Graph North says, I was in Isentam.
Ah, fair enough. If this was abandoned mode, I'd be buying the multi-tool anyway. Right, where are we? I think we've got nearly everything now.
Graph North says, in abandoned mode there are no S-class multi-tools.
No.
A class is as good as it gets.
No, there aren't. Although we did see... What I find odd is we did see in my abandoned site, we saw a multi-tool with S-class modules in it. And I think that's odd. Was it a ship? Either way, it had S-class modules in. I wonder if it's because it would have been an S-class. I don't know.
Weather warning, incoming storm.
That's going to be the low-class one. I didn't check the thing last time, did I? Might be missing some.
Graph Naught says, abandoned systems are all Tier 3 economies. Modules aren't restricted by economy rating. Graph Naught says, Tier 1. Dot.
Yeah, but I thought that in an actual found ship and or multi-tool, you would only find up to A. And that proved to be incorrect. So I was surprised. Well, I finally finished all of my Christmas Diet Cokes the other day, so I've ordered some more Diet Cokes. I wonder if they'll last me until Christmas. They're always good for an emergency in a stream. Hi, the King in Black. Do you have any living ships? I do, not in this save, because that would be an awful lot of Quicksilver.
Product received.
I have them in my normal save and my... Well, I've got them in a few saves. I quite like the expedition save living ship. What was it called? The Wraith. I think that's quite a nice ship. It's got quite good stats as well. Its agility is a lot better than an ordinary living ship.
The King in Black 0911 says, do you have any living ships?
I have a habit of clicking the button where the question was to put it on the screen after I've answered the question. I refer you to my answer, but, and apologise for pressing the button late.
Hostile ships approaching.
Yeah, if you're still around in a bit, after I've done a bit of searching, I might just quickly show you my living ships in my other save, just to see what ones I have. Didn't really need to get out of my ship then, but I did. But yeah, this is the expedition save at the moment, which I'm grinding up to be as effective as it can be. And I was hoping to get an S-Class alien multi-tool, and it hasn't worked out. Something changed. should probably be collecting the little things on the tables as well.
Product received.
Both navigation data. Glad I remembered. And one from there. It's not got a settlement, a shelter next to it. This is unusual when you don't get. Sometimes, if it doesn't have a shelter next to it, it will have one very close by. So I'm just going to have a quick look over. Doesn't look like it. I don't usually like taking off from these things just in case it sends me to the same one, but I'm going to take the risk. That's handy. Give me some data. Five.
Alphas195 says, I'm back.
Hi Alphas, good to see you. Well, the what you missed was that the multi-tool I wanted, well, I got it, but it was only A class, which partially defeats the object. It doesn't defeat it in terms of what it looks like. Because it at least matches, it's at least green. It clashes a little bit because the sage colour is slightly turquoisey green, but it's as close as we can get. Matches the backpack, I guess. But it's A class, not S class. Something changed.
Alphas195 says, are a matching theme.
Gotta look good. Oh, there's another one over there.
Alphas195 says, I found a red sentinel in my royal save.
Cool. Red sentinels are a little bit easier.
195 says, still looking for a blue sentinel for my weaver save.
You on two different platforms then?
Alphas195 says, different accounts.
Ah.
Gravnaut says, oh, smart.
Did it find something else just then? did I just not search? One thing's for sure, if I keep burning all of the salvage data, I won't be getting a I won't be making a nav data farm anytime soon, because I haven't actually got the part yet. I haven't got the barrel fabricator part. I'm only seeing that in the A. I'm not seeing any other A's, which to me would suggest that it could be an S, but you know, we haven't seen enough yet. No shelter here either. Nope.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
Alphas195 says, I think those trade terminals out in the wild sometimes have nav data for purchase, possibly minor settlement terminals too. I keep a lookout for those to load up on exosuit upgrade charts.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye out because there we are.
Product received.
Problem over. Don't need to really look at that now. I'll put a thing here just in case.
Graph Naught says, sweet.
Thermal protection falling.
Right, so we can go and get a load more now. We've still got a few, haven't we? We've got 5 still. Yep, it looks like this might be turning into a let's search for the S-Class cabinet stream. I nearly went back to the space station then anyway, but... let's have a look how many we've done so far. We've done 7 so far. Is it right below me? Yes.
Graph Naught says, we might be in for a marathon stream today, boys.
It can take a while. I don't need to worry about that right now. continue to get the things while I'm here, just because. Oops. Just because it's nanites on the table.
Says, I bet within the next 7.
Well, I mean, I usually have quite a lot of luck when I'm looking.
Wait, what level economy is this system?
It is tier 3, yeah.
It's a tier 3.
I did just... Have I actually done the... No, I hadn't. Still need to pop these because I think it stops you having to go back to the same one, or at least it tends to. And you also, if you ever do end up in the same one, you can tell.
Alphas195 says, yep, next 7.
Why did that one disappear?
Weather update. Storm clearing.
So we'll... We're on 8 at the moment, so you reckon the next 7 beyond that? We'll see. I was about to say, I am usually quite lucky finding the S-Class, but there was always that time when I was streaming trying to get the S-Class Sentinel multi-tool, and I went way over 100 and gave up in the end. And then I found one in the next system. I looked. It took me about 20. See, that B makes me worried that we're going to get something else in, but it can't be. We haven't seen anything else. We've only seen that in the A, so it has to also be carried over to the S. He says, trying to convince himself.
Graph Naught says, as long as that alien isn't in AC cabinet it'll be fine.
Yeah, and we've seen 2 different C and B cabinets, I think. So it should be fine. I missed where the marker went that time. Minor settling me up. I have faith. We will find this. We can be quicker now because we don't really need to do anything other than pop the A. We don't need to do anything in the actual settlement itself. such a shame that they brought back that animation. They got rid of it for ages because it was causing problems on some platforms. It was causing crashes. And obviously, when they fixed it, they brought it back, and I was hoping they would never bring it back. The other one, the other one. The lengths we'll go to for a few extra points on our weapons that don't really matter in this game at all. Where's the... there it is. Maybe I'll save a few of these nav data. Some of these salvage, just so that I can make a farm if I need to. Oh, I didn't actually pop it. Hang on. One more. Then we'll have to go and get a few more. Don't be the same one just because they took off. It probably is. They took off and went too far. I don't know, it's not in the same place, is it? Soon find out.
Weather warning, incoming storm.
No, it wasn't the same one, it's just very close. To go and get some more. We have the nav data now. I think it's bad luck to change planet though. I think I should come back to this planet. Particularly superstitious, but yeah, what was I going to say? I was going to say somebody once claimed on Reddit, and I queried it with them, and they were a bit strange about it. So I wasn't sure if they were even telling the truth. They once claimed that you could get the, what are they called, the the pellets for changing your Xeno Arena pets. What are they called? I can't think what they're called now. Somebody once said you could get those from trade terminals at minor settlements, and I'm not sure if I believe them. And then they deleted the post entirely. Oops. Which made me think that they double tested it themselves and found out that it wasn't what they thought they'd found.
Alphas195 says, retroviral.
Retroviral, thank you very much, Alphas. Yeah, I don't believe you can get them from minor settlements. I've seen nobody else mention it, but I did mean to look in the game save files when when they finally came online, and they've been online for a couple of months now, so I should really check that.
Alphas195 says, I haven't come across it and it seems unlikely given it's a reward of sorts.
Yeah, it does seem unlikely. I was going to mention this the other day and I forgot. They have changed the process now. It was in the patch notes if anybody didn't notice. Instead of having two different champion invitations, they now only have the one. They got rid of that other one that was taking us to a different system. So now it's contextual. It will take you to a different system if it's in the right context, and won't if it isn't. Which means that people that had a load of the going to other planet ones lost them all, which is a bit frustrating. They could have just converted them, but no, they just deleted them.
Ignition ZXZ says, no double dipping on the Champions Trophy.
I have because I was going to at some point change my my main kind of overpowered save from my oldest save to my expedition save. I might re-go through all of the Xeno Arena process on that save. It's going to take a long while though. Which reminds me of the fishing when I had to do that twice. Come on, be an S, be an S, be an S. Isn't an S.
Alphas195 says, 3 down right.
I'm on 13 now, so there's 2 more before we're out of that 7. I'm going faster than you may think. We were on 8 when you said next 7.
Ignition ZXZ says, not knows, runs.
Oh, you've got an... Yes, we need 50k nanites. No, we do not need 50k nanites. We might compare the two, so we might also get 50k nanites at some point. But we do not need 50k nanites. We want a nice S class. Do not even speak of the alternative. because we've only got 23,000 nanites. Was that 23.9? So nearly 24.
Ignition ZXZ says, that B-class piston rifle looks good to me. Blue / yellow. Alphas195 says, do I? I just found one with 21 mold in the expedition which I'm waiting to farm once I get a good mining.
I wouldn't usually exploit mold, but in an expedition I don't think I would be that fussy.
There he is. 21 ball runaway mold, 4 Canaanites a pop, upgrade that o.
Hey. Habits run hard. Right, where's... There it is. I mean, we'll get there slowly if we just keep doing this. 5 nanites ago.
Alphas195 says, no, not 4K. I set up a refinery of minimum 10 medium refiners.
It was 10 nanites. Even quicker.
Ignition ZXZ says, I believe that even if you find a S-class cabinet, the supercharged layout will be different.
Yeah, it will, because it'll be a different seed. It's very unlikely to be the same seed. But that doesn't really matter, because the supercharged slot was dispersed anyway. If we quickly look.
Alphas195 says, I lost.
So those supercharged slots, they're not next to each other in any way, really. So it won't really matter if it's got a different supercharged slot layout. Might have an exceptional supercharged slot layout. Although I keep meaning to do a thorough test to work out what the exactly best supercharged slot layout for the bolt caster is.
I'd upgrade it any day. SC layout, class.
Yeah, the one I've got does seem better. And also, of course, the this one, this multi-tool has an excellent slot layout. Hey. Try not to start to get frustrated, because there's no real need to get frustrated. There's absolutely no reason why we should find it quickly.
Thermal protection falling.
I mean, we have the glyphs from earlier, but if anybody wants to also look for it, let me just put the glyphs back up. Those are the glyphs, if anybody else wants to look for it at the same time. Beat me to it.
Ignition ZXZ says, for those watching at home front, if he gets frustrated, his hair gets messy. Don't worry.
It does tend to, you are right. did that disappear again? Sometimes it works fine. Is it because it's that one? Nope. What I may do though is I may, what are we on, 16. When I get to 20 I may take a very short break. Get some more water.
Graph says, if you don't find the S-Class in this stream, I will try to find it today.
Cool.
Ignition ZXZ says, I'm on Team Graph.
Right, I probably got enough. Where are we? Yeah, I probably got enough. Well, actually, maybe I'll get to 30 for that. Don't be too high to take me to another planet. That would be annoying.
Ignition ZXZ says, on a serious note, I can't imagine multi-hunting, it seems so very tedious.
Well, you're watching a stream where someone's multi-tool hunting, and so, yeah, it's just as tedious, really. Put on some music. Maybe watch a television program in the background, or a radio strip program, or listen to a podcast. It's not very taxing.
It says, watching is fun, doing is tedious.
It's very rewarding when you find it, because you've put so much effort into it.
Alphas195 says, agreed.
What we got to? Quick look to see where we are with our
Ignition ZXZ says,
count.
oh, I
19.
can imagine. The feeling of finding a S-Class would be exhilarating.
one more and I'll have a quick break. So we're on 19 at the moment, so the next one. They're all just disappearing off the screen now. Is it because they're already on the screen? I don't think so. Hi,
Harder Dave says.
Hardy
Greetings, traveller.
Dave.
ZZZZT.
You are joining a slightly frustrating search for an S-Class multi-tool because the cabinet that I initially had marked where the S-Class used to be has moved.
195 says. KKZZZTT.
Right, so that's on my 20 up. So let me just make sure I'm saved. And I will be right back shortly. Right, let's go for another cabinet. I have coffee now, so I am happy.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
Alphas195 says, after the nutrient ingester was introduced, I've made it my main focus on a new save to find all the food products to make the ones with scanning and mining buffs.
I used to have in my main kind of overpowered save, I used to have every single recipe except for the ones that were broken. There was one or two perhaps creature pellet recipes that were broken, for instance. But they've introduced so many new ones recently that it's just been difficult to stay on top of it.
Alphas195 says, yet I makes a base preferably in a high spawn area, if not then just anywhere on the planet as a marker.
This is in answer to a different question.
Ignition ZXZ says, do you build a base on a planet with the ingredients or just go from system to system? Alphas195 says, yeah, I makes a base preferably in a high spawn area, if not then just anywhere on the planet as a marker.
Did I not scan? Not back in the routine yet. Right, let's... Yeah, I've got the nutrient ingester. I've got the nutrient ingester blueprint even in this save, but I don't think it's possible to get it, is it? No, I haven't got it here. I thought I did have it. Come on. Hey. Where's the marker? Where's the beacon? Oh, there it is. It was right behind me.
Thermal protection falling.
Is that 21 or 22? 21. Yes, the one thing, I think the only thing I haven't ground out, apart from all of the derelict freighter stories in that save. I've done everything else in that save. In fact, I've probably seen all of the derelict freighter stories, but they weren't being marked in the log. So I had to start from scratch to try and get them. I think I still have about 3 or 4 derelict freighter stories to find. They're tricky to find because you only find so many in a region. I think 2 or 3 in a region. Hey, that's got a nicer positions. That isn't one, but then that. Oh, there's the one in the top corner. Yes.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
I was going to get just a few more salvage, might as well get it while I'm here. Oops. So yeah, the stats and the layout will be different to the one I found previously, in theory. Once I find this. Hey. None of those ones were supercharged slots, which means they could all be tucked together on the right hand side somewhere, but the trouble with multi-tools is they can be on the 4th row. So I've got a. I think I was about to say this earlier. In my in the save that I ran through loads and loads of different expeditions, I've got a major problem with it. Every time I try and use a teleporter to go to my freighter base, the game crashes. And I suspect it's something to do with the build, the actual freighter build. I've sent off the whole save via the Zendesk just in case they can work out what the problem is. But I think I'm probably going to have to rebuild my freighter base, and that's the one with all my skulls all the way down the side of the corridor. So I wonder if it's just because I've got so many things next to each other in a close proximity that's causing a problem. That should be enough. Should we just maybe take a break and go and see if that's enough?
Alphas195 says, "Oh, the one with the relics trophy room."
Yeah. That'd be frustrating if I had to rebuild that one.
XZ says, "Oh, that one. I remember that freighter build. The all expeditions saves."
Although I don't think I did the most recent expedition in it. There's a couple that I haven't done in it. I can't remember for sure. But I certainly haven't done this one in it. When this one gets past the community effort, I might run the whole thing through that one. Maybe stream that just as a this is for the record what this expedition is like without all of the community support stuff. Right, so where's the barrel fabricator? Is it on this page? I thought it was. Maybe not. There it is. So we might as well start drilling down.
Item received. Item received.
Didn't actually need that many.
Item received.
I thought I would need more than that. Might as well also get the other one.
Item received. Item received.
And I've got the ones I've got there. What was it I was thinking? I was thinking, yeah, get the refiners.
Item received.
And the antimatter, I haven't got enough for that now, but that's not that important. Because we're using an interceptor anyway.
Ignition ZXZ says, "Oh, by the way, what did you think of Subnautica 2 Alphas 195?
Why has that just warped me?
Alphas 195 says, tough.
No, not the autosave. The restore point I should have reloaded. It's so frustrating when it does that. It's to do with us doing missions from the thing. They get out of step sometimes. Oh, I'm still there. Let's see if it warps me now that I've reloaded. Otherwise, I'm going to have to go back through the portal.
Alphas 195 says, it's beautiful and all, but the survival elements are particularly punishing.
I think I will give that one a miss until it actually gets properly released. Just because when in pre-release, these things can be badly balanced. And you don't really want to have to play it twice if it's that kind of game.
Alphas 195 says, also maybe because this is early access, so there is no normal save settings. Just survival and creative mode. Ignition ZXZ says, oh, have you played the first two Pharaoh Euclid?
No, I haven't. Places, portal base. Let's hope the portal is still open, but it might not be. bear with me while I switch screens, so you won't be seeing the screen for a bit. Okay, so bird. This isn't actually the planet, but I should have checked which planet it was.
Grav North says, Diplo planet.
Yes, it was marked as Diplo, but I was thinking more along the lines of actually going to the one I was on, as opposed to this one. I need to reload in space, so we'll do that once we've located. So where are we? We're in autosave, but I'm not going to trust. Wait for another autosave after 07. Is it 07? Oh, 08. That's how we get all our nanites. We'll just do a load of scrap farming. That's efficient, isn't it?
Ignition ZXZ says, yeah, the trucker's life.
Well, it's better than the fisherman's life, I suppose. I mean, knowing me, I'll probably just do it via fauna hunting. We might not need them if we find the S-Class.
50 Canaanites by the time of the 11th year NMS anniversary.
11th year. Be the 10th anniversary. It's the big one. 2016 to 2026.
Ignition ZXZ says, I meant if you do the trucker's life, the nanites gathering is so slow, it'll take a year.
Oh, it'll take a year. I see what you mean. Sorry. Being a bit slow on the uptake there.
North says, 11th if you do the garbage truck method.
Yes, yes. See, other people understood the joke. I just missed it. Did that actually scan one? It didn't seem to even come up. Minor settlement.
Ignition ZXZ says. Garbage truck method, it's now go its official nomenclature.
I think that's not quite coming right, has it? I wonder if these are hollow.
Thermal protection falling.
Yes, they are. I don't know why I'm collecting the salvage now, because I don't really need it. Right, what we got? What have we got to? We're on 26. Anybody want to hazard a guess what we'll get to when we find it? Obviously, we've had one guess, but that was well in the past now.
Ignition ZXZ says. 32.
The real question is, at what point do we give up?
Lord says. 73.
73. That would be terrible. I'd have more than messier hair. I'll have even greyer hair.
Ignition ZXZ says. Not your age graph naught. The number of minor settlements. Ignition ZXZ says. And for the record, I'm not 32. I'm 45.
Come on, it would be nice to get it soon. Outside of a stream, I don't think I've ever gone longer than about 50. But of course the stream messes up my average.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
This is where we discovered that they've got rid of all S-class cabinets
Marathon.
in the expedition. But I'm pretty sure we saw... That makes me wonder now.
Ignition ZXZ says. LOL.
Almost makes me want to switch saves and double check that that isn't an S-class in my other save.
Graph says, wealthy 30% C, 40% B, 28% O, 2% S.
Another thing that's odd about this expedition is it seems to have 2 expedition files, which I've never seen before. Although maybe the last one did, because I think I saw that strange file sitting there. I already clicked the thing.
Alphas195 says, they do have S-class cabinets in the expedition. I found one, but it was a pool.
Found one, but it was what? Oh, probably, yes, it filtered out. Need to turn that filter off.
Graph says, I can confirm that there are S-class cabinets in the expedition also. Ignition ZXZ says, no, don't turn the prof filter off.
Yeah, probably not. Even as I said it, I was thinking probably not a good idea. Although, I mean, yeah, because it's saying it out loud, they are a little bit less fussy about swear words these days. It used to be if you swore within the first couple of minutes, it would automatically demonetize. Channel username.
Channel username says, if 2% chance every time, then visiting about 35 settlements gives you better than 50/50 odds of finding one.
This is true, but you can never be 100% sure, especially as you're going along. I mean, now from here, it's still 2% chance. So, because there's no such thing as the law of averages. So, before you start, fair enough. But right now, for me to get a 50-50 chance of seeing one, I'd need to do another 35. But welcome, channel username. And you never know. Maybe there really is a law of averages that all the scientists are wrong. All the mathematicians are wrong. I mean, half the internet would tell you that all the scientists and mathematicians are wrong.
Graph says, if it was a deck of cards, yes. But every time you visit a cabinet, it's still a 2% chance.
Let's make up our own reality like most of the internet does, and then we'll say that the law of averages exists, and we're going to get one now. Nope. See, that proves them wrong. What we got to? 30. Come on, I'd like to do it before I get to 50.
Ignition ZXZ says, at this point, I'd take the blue /yellow and call it a day.
No, I've already taken a multi-tool. I took the thing.
Says,
It's a nice little grouping there.
my bet gets knocked out.
that got shield generators or not? Doesn't look like it, no. Okay. Did I pop it or not? I can't remember now. Got distracted by the ball hauler. Yeah, I must have popped it. Saw a really nice fighter in the expedition. I think it was in one of the main... Or was it in my other save? It might have been in my other save. I'll maybe find it in a second. Let's land and I'll show you it. It's really nice.
Graph Naught says, I bet there's a green squid in that system. Ignition ZXZ says, I don't think there is a green squid.
There's no way of telling, really. Well, there is a way. We could sit at the... Yeah, there is a green squid in the game. There's so many colours for squids. They don't stick to the royals.
There is, well,
it doesn't stick to the royal colours like exotics do. There's a huge variety of colours for squids. Right, so let me quickly show you this.
Naught says, I was just kidding about the squid, by the way.
But there will be greens, pretty sure. Let's go back to just chatting. Ah, that works. I can turn the... So it must be in that tab. There it is. There's the thumbnail. Right. Let's see if I can find this picture.
451 says,
Hi, King Lich.
how fares everybody?
We're doing all right. I'm getting a little tiny bit frustrated because I was looking for an S-Class multi-tool and the cabinet had changed, and so I'm now having to do it manually, and that is a little bit wearing after a while, but I've got a new cup of coffee and we're doing all right. Right, here it is. So if I change... No, I want to... If I add a picture, add a source image, this is a ship. Okay, browse. Copy that. Sorry, I'm doing all of this where you can't see what I'm doing, but it's probably better that way. So that's the ship. The screenshot didn't save the glyphs, annoyingly. But I do have the name of the system, so I can get the glyphs at another time. But this is an absolutely lovely ship, I think. It's got that kind of slightly reddish, what I would call kind of rose colour on the metal, which is impossible to build yourself. And I would say that's a very nice ship indeed. I will get the glyphs at a later date. I don't think it was a tier 3 economy though, so clearly that would take a while to get the S-Class. But I'm not that bothered.
451 says, is this a unique ship?
Yeah, there's no way you can build that because of the colour of the chrome. That chrome isn't available in the build system. I'll get the glyphs at some point. I'll put it in another stream. Right, back on the search. Did I pop this? Yes, it looks like I've already done the beacon, but I'll just double check. Yes, I had. What is going on? There we go.
Thermal protection falling.
Repositioning my hands on the controller. Right. I'm still... This Steam controller still feels like a new thing to me. It's not... Although it fits really nicely in my hands, I still kind of grab it the same way as I would my old controller. So sometimes it just doesn't sit in my hands properly. Is that it? Yeah.
Ignition ZXZ says, this is no 32.
Is it? We'll double check. That was 32, yes. There's no guarantee that on any one particular planet there's definitely an S-class cabinet. We do have 3 planets. We can always go to another one. Pop this one, did I? Where is it?
Ignition ZXZ says, why are you getting the blue / yellow all the time? Why aren't you getting the green alien? Have you reloaded?
I've reloaded. Reloaded in space. This is the right thing. We've seen a green. I'm pretty sure we've seen one not long ago. But that is part of the same planet pool. It's just the other side of that tall mountain. Come on. No. Of course, the other thing about always popping the beacons in order to count is you also get your data back, so you're not really running lower on nav data. now I've got the barrel fabricator, I might set some up in my base. There, see, we've got the green alien in A. Is that just... Yeah, that's just the side by side, getting the hiccups. Something I keep meaning to retest, because it did happen years ago. If you're in a system with only 3 planets and want to check to see if there's anything else in the cabinets past the 3 that you've got, theoretically you should be able to reload on another planet in another system and then portal to it. And I'd like to test that to see if it still works. It used to work a long while ago. They might have changed that. Tested it about a year ago. See, I tested it about
Graph North says
7 years ago,
a year ago, and it
not long after I had started.
default to the system default.
About 7 years ago it used to work. The first alien I ever found was in a cabinet.
Yeah, it did used to work.
Yeah.
Ignition ZXZ says, thanks G.
But of course, you know, these things do sometimes change, so it might be worth testing again at some point. I mean, it's probably not going to work. Closer then. know why I keep selecting this multi-tool, but I guess it's just to reassure myself that it's always B and C and never an S. It shouldn't be an S if it's a C though. I haven't clicked this one, have I? Have we seen more than 2 multi-tools on this space save? I don't think we have.
Graphnort says, I don't think so.
Yeah, I think
Those 2 types.
there's literally just 2 multi-tools available on this space save. Space reload. The positive thing is we haven't seen that other one as an A. Beacon? Has it been buried? Is it behind there?
Thermal protection falling.
Very occasionally
Clearing.
you can get the beacon not local because of landscape. It's very unusual. Oh, there it is. Oh, I've already done that one. Did I do that a minute ago? I didn't, did it? This must be a repeat. Keep getting repeats, I'll go to a different planet, but we probably won't. We're doing this in a reasonably maneuverable ship.
Ignition ZXZ says, does changing the planet make a difference?
Not really. This one looks familiar as well. No, it's unknown. If you don't get the animation, you know it's one you've already done. But you can also see where it says unknown. You hover over it.
Graphnort says, my hypothesis is that when you do a reload it refreshes the memory and previous minor settlements are forgotten.
I mean, it's possible, but I have had repeats anyway, even just in an ordinary run. We've only seen one so far, so it's not going to be a major problem. Unless we start seeing a lot of them, then we'll just switch planets. No, just the one there. No, it wasn't even. I often see a rusty module. Come on. Oh, that's got a nicer layout here. If one of these was also a supercharged, that would be very nice.
Graph Naught says, my way of marking a minor settlement is that I dig a hole next to the door so that when I approach a minor settlement I can see if I've already been there.
That's one way of doing it, I suppose. I like marking it just so I don't have to worry about counting. I can just use the count that I've got. I also have this feeling that if you've actually done the beacon, that it's less likely to go back there, but I don't know if that's true. It just feels like a logic I can stick by, even if it doesn't always work. Gotta find it eventually. It's out there somewhere. Remember that time when I was looking for the Atlantid multi-tool and I didn't even notice it was the S-class because I was focused on getting the language. It's only because someone actually mentioned yay that I even noticed it was the S-class. I seem to remember that took a long while as well. Hey, well those are nice. I quite like them when they're not too far away from each other. this one today. What are we on now? 43.
Thermal protection falling. Technology recharged.
So let's take those.
Technology recharged.
Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Always throws me when it's really close like that. If we get to 50, I'll be very frustrated. Come on.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Just under the 3-hour mark for the stream. Of course, we didn't start right doing this right at the beginning. I'm not sure what time we started doing this. Also, if you've got like a handheld version of the game, like I have, so I've like got a Steam Deck, you can always do this kind of thing while you're just watching telly.
Ignition ZXZ says, "Ha, I've been grinding out an achievement on my mobile phone, using GeForce Now Cloud Gaming. The activity, fishing.
Yeah, it works quite well on a phone using those kinds of systems. I remember trying it out on the Xbox version. Did I actually do this one? I didn't, did I? Where is it? It was definitely playable. Will they ever bring out a mobile version of No Man's Sky? There were strong rumours that they were going to bring it out for iOS, and they even seem to have iOS stuff in the save file.
Ignition ZXZ says, "All those jokes and leg pulls I made about fishing. Must have fished at least 10 hours out of the 150 in that game."
Well, it's something you can just do and not really think about. I used to, when we were grinding for the fish and I was trying to work out what the chances were and getting all of the different biome fish, I basically just sat doing it while watching the television. Have I checked the cabinet? I have, haven't I? I'll just double check. Withering sigh.
ZXZ says, "GFN works amazing on iOS and Makers too."
I've already done it. Have I popped it? Oh, it's there.
Ignition ZXZ says, "Cheer up, Pharaoh. It's only your 50th try."
Have we got to 50 now? We actually got that far? 48. So this is the 49th try. We're nearly there, nearly at 50. Ignoring the one on the other planet. And did we go to a different one on that other planet before we went and got charts? But ignoring those, we won't count those.
Ignition ZXZ says, "Graf Nort jinxed us with that 73.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Graph Naught says.
Just going to replay that.
Said I'm just being truthful. Ask Lava Lamp.
Does he not have much luck with these then? Or has he just done a couple of marathon searches? It's wearing me down a little bit now.
Ignition ZXZ says. Lava said his max was 430 or so minor settlement before he found the S.
Blimey. That's ridiculous.
Weather warning. Incoming storm.
See, that one's not straight in the cabinet. That's slightly low in the cabinet, which is usually means that something's gone wrong with that one. So I'm going to reload this one. Actually, no, I don't necessarily want to reload, just in case it messes things up. But yeah, it's usually a sign that the cabinets are a bit funny.
When I do a multi-tool search, I make sure it's something I definitely want, and I expect to use at least 120 maps.
I mean, I certainly don't do this very often. I'm not one of those people that goes searching for things on the regular.
Ignition ZXZ says. For those watching, don't try this at home. You need a lot of patience and hair gel.
I should have put some hair gel in because I'm going to start pulling my hair out soon. That had a nice, considering that's a B,
Says. Ha ha ha.
that could be a 4 there, look.
Life support power
We're doing life support low.
technology recharged. Technology recharged.
Are we going to manage to beat the... I think we've got an hour before the next... Yeah, 58 minutes. So we're going to beat that? That's the question. Because that's the point at which I would not stop for the stream. If we get all the way there... I mean, at this stage, if I found it now, I would probably end the stream there.
Gravnaut says, Pharaoh, have you cleared? You have to find the gun. I don't want to do this later in the day. I'm counting on you.
Yeah, well, let's hope I'm lucky.
Ignition ZXZ says, yeah. I'm locked and loaded. Dinner over, phone's charging, I'm lying down in bed. Let's go.
Let's go. Some of Cleo's pronunciations when you try and do things like that are very odd. It's like the B Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z Z. Definitely a good system if you ever get the kill predators mission. I keep seeing the predators killing creatures quite often. And yeah, for the record, it doesn't have to be a predator that attacks you to be a predator that counts for that mission. To get into the habit of looking as I'm coming into land where the beacon is, so I don't have to keep looking around every time. What are we on now? 54. At this rate, I'm probably going to have to go and get some more charts at some point. I can't remember how many I bought. Did I buy over 100 though? Probably. No, I didn't. So I am running low now. I've only got 33 left. Maybe I'll stop looking at this. That's taking time. I think we've pretty much demonstrated that that's only ever B and C.
Gravnaut says, 79 was the max you could buy.
Yeah, it was.
Ignition ZXZ says, we've crossed Alpha Sage, my age, heading towards Pharaoh. Hopefully we don't reach Graves.
We're very close to my age. That different one? Yep, we are now at my age.
Weather warning, incoming storm.
And it feels like an age. No, hang on. No, I'm taking a couple of years off myself. I'm older than that. I do that a lot. I think it's just to protect my fragile ego. I don't want to fight. It's replaced all pirate attacks with swarms. Trouble is they're a bit faster than the pirates are. Just land. Should just fly away then. No, it didn't fly away. Let's see if we can get away from them in the upper atmosphere. Seem to be gone. Already done this. So what's the likelihood that the swarm will be part of the next update? What do we reckon? I reckon there's a good likelihood, even if we defeat them here.
Kinglick451 says, it probably will be.
Be interested to see if they do incorporate them, how they incorporate them. Whether it'll be, I mean, because some of us have been speculating maybe we'll get new systems. And if they get new systems, maybe there'll be a thing that only occurs in certain systems. So we'll have fought them back from the existing systems, but we could always go to them, as it were. I've been expecting teal systems for a long, long while, so that could end up being the blue system that we're seeing for the Oceanus pet. I honestly thought that was going to be it then. Right, now we've reached my age. Just goes to show how much I was underestimating my age for a little while.
Graph says, I predict that the S cabinet will be the last cabinet. Alphas195 says, change planets maybe.
Predicting it's going to be the last cabinet is not exactly a prediction, is it? It's like your keys are always the last place you look for them.
Ignition ZXZ says, so what number is the age? 60.
I'm 58. But I think about my age so little that I think I just tend to
Graph says,
estimate.
exactly.
So that was 59, was it? Yep. So this one for 60. If I don't find it, and if you do look, Gravnor, I'll keep an eye out on Reddit messaging and see if you find it. And I'll let you know if I continue and I find it. Hey.
Ignition ZXZ says, we are now officially in a bad roll, statistically, territory. Graph says, I will do this today and keep you updated.
Yeah, we're definitely in a statistically poor roll in terms of when we started. I would have hoped to have found it by now. We've got about 43 minutes before the next set of countermeasures. on, take your time.
Weather warning, incoming storm.
It's a rare piece of water there. Could have forgotten we were even on a water planet. The other thing that comes to mind is it feels like that leak that everybody just wrote off, maybe part of it was true based on this expedition. And that it's just that they had heard information about both things. Both this and the next update.
Alphas195 says, what team you rooting for Pharaoh in the World Cup, apart from your own?
Well, it's hard for me not to root for Scotland because I have Scottish ancestry. But obviously they're not going to win. That would be a bit of a turn up for the books. It'd be nice if they got out of the group stages, though.
Ignition ZXZ says, what a second, what leak and what second update? I'm out of the loop.
There was a leak not long before this update, probably about 2 or 3 weeks before this update, which was saying things like we would get some kind of bipedal enemy on planets and lots of other things. I haven't got the leak to hand, so I can't read it out. It was widely disregarded at the time. But you can never tell with these things. Sometimes they come true, they just take a long while to come true. They're not like the next thing. I've already done that. Maybe see if I can find it in a minute. It felt a little bit like a wish fulfillment list, like a lot of things that people say they want anyway, which is why most of us disregarded it initially.
Weather update. Storm clearing.
Oh, we've got that weird stretched texture going on here. I think it happens when the ground has been artificially flattened. I did check the cabinet, didn't I? I'm just going to double check it. Getting to that point where I'm starting to not be quite as concentrating as I would be. Now 67. When we get to 70, I'll maybe have a quick look for the leak and read it out if I can find it. If anybody knows where to look, then I know it was on Reddit briefly, but it got deleted.
Ignition ZXZ says, yes sir. 3 hours mark is where it gets a bit fuzzy. But huge kudos to you to be able to do it.
Yeah, it's a little bit more wearing when you're streaming because you can't just take natural breaks. And well, I can take breaks, but I can't like completely zone out for a while. Have I checked the cabinet? I can't remember. I will just quickly look. I think I had that time. Yeah, definitely need a change of activity. I'll definitely be looking for that leak for a little while. So what are we on? 68. 2 more and then we'll...
Ignition ZXZ says, check the cabinet first, then go out the other door.
Yeah, this is my brain doesn't like doing that. There's something about I'm kind of almost like the opposite of obsessive in terms of I like to mix it up so that my brain isn't falling asleep. So sometimes I will just go to the thing first, just for a tiny bit of variety. If I was an obsessive compulsive, I would definitely do it exactly the same way every single time. But I'm not like that. But it does mean that when I start to get a bit tired, I forget which one I've done. But if I wasn't streaming and I was starting to get a bit tired, I would just give myself a break. So that's probably what I should do anyway. Hello. Got any frigates buried in the ground? Oh no, it despawns as soon as you go through the atmosphere. They'll probably respawn again now. Reappearing, disappearing. Watch this, it will just slowly, as soon as I get below that atmosphere line, they disappear. And if we go back up, they reappear. They're there because you could hear that hailing noise. Is that another one just there? Yeah, it looks like it. Oh no, that's a recycling point. Come on, this is the one. No, it isn't. I believe that's 60. Sorry, nearly 70, not 60. But no, I'm not. I've got one more to get. One more, come on. Be the one.
Weather warning.
Right, let's have a look for this leak, see if we can find it. Save. I won't close. Right, I'll just quickly have a search. Lots of video related. I don't want to do a reaction in the middle of a stream. I don't know, it might have been deleted completely. It might have been only leaked on Reddit, which seems unusual. And then it got deleted. No, can't find it anymore. Captain Steve made a video on it, so you can check out his video. It was called No Man's Sky Potential Spoiler Leak Hive Mind Part 1, and it was 2 weeks ago. There have been other videos on it, but I think he just reads through it, so it's a good place to look. I'm not going to do a reaction on that, but because I would usually ask for permission before doing something like that. But he's reading it directly from Reddit before it got deleted.
Technology recharged.
I don't even know if I actually did the thing with the thing. No, I didn't. Right, so we're getting close to the time when we get the missions. We're at 4:38 local time, so 20 minutes time the new missions will be available. So if we haven't done it by then, that will be my deadline. I don't remember an awful lot about what the leak said, but it had this thing about the hive mind, and so having a swarm suddenly appear does, and what are these actually called again? Hive of glass. It was close enough to on that detail to kind of make you think, well, maybe the leak was not that far off. It's just that it was thinking of this and the 10th anniversary. We've had that before. Remember that leak from a few years back that only really came true after about a year and a half. Everybody thought, oh, it's wrong because it only it wasn't relevant to the next update. But that was before Origins.
Graphnort says, Hive mind was one of the speculations associated with the bee emoji. Was the leak prior to the emoji?
I believe so, yes. I think it was just prior to the emoji. I haven't done the thing. It's difficult to get an exact date on it without looking at one of the videos or reading the original Reddit posts, which obviously we can't do unless you commented on it, and then you could... No, actually, even if you commented on it, I think the original post would be dead. I mean, I remember reading it at the time.
Says, yeah. Gee, you might have to watch Captain Steve-O and update us.
I will definitely watch it, and maybe I'll maybe I will make my own was this true after all video, if there's enough detail there to warrant it. Maybe go and dig out that old leak and compare to what we ended up getting, so that we've got like context for how these leaks can take a while to come true. Why am I missing this one? Is that it? Let's go back into first. There it is. How many maps did I buy again? 79. Oh, that's nice. If the fourth one was there, for instance, or even there, that's almost worth marking just to see where that other one is. Tell you what, I'll record the location rather than mark it. So it's 28.04 minus 162.43. I haven't done the thing.
Ignition ZXZ says, that is the best layout. Forget the S.
I'm not going to forget the S. But I guess it could be better, couldn't it? I could just grab it. I've got the cash, haven't I? I've got 111. Because it's better than the other one.
Graph Naught says, 28.04 minus 162.43.
Done that. So what one was that one, just in case that turns out to be the best we find in this stream? That was number 73. What I'll probably do is scrap the other one.
Ignition ZXZ says, G knew the numbers. 73 it was.
Was that his guess, 73? I think that was based on the number of charts I bought, wasn't it? In other words, guessing that I would run out of charts and get it. It's another one that's low in the cabinet. Yeah, I know it's for S, but I mean, if it turns out to be the best one we get today, then it's a good guess.
73 was my guess for S. Ignition ZXZ says, that LSC layout's better than S.
I mean, it might not be an L though. You can't see where the other one is yet. Nobody's scanning. First bee we've seen for a little while, isn't it? I do find it odd when they seem to be over the horizon but don't have a line. To suggest it. Yay! Right. So this was at minus 59.03, minus 111.51. We can actually possibly at some point do a comparison of both, but we'll stick with this one for a while. And I'm just going to jot that down.
Thank you. Ignition ZXZ says, congratulations.
Actually, I'll stay in this ship because I can use them. Right, so let's just pull up a notepad for myself. So minus 59.04 minus 111.50 is the landing pad point. It was coming down to the wire because once we got to 5 o'clock, I was going to stop, and we were at 4:53 now.
195 says, so what's the count?
I'll have a look in a sec. Hang on. Did I actually? I didn't actually grab this one, did I? So we better grab this one first so we can get the proper count.
Ignition ZXZ says, 75.
I think it is probably 75 or 76. Where's the beacon? $77. Well, I would put down a comm ball, but I can't because I haven't got the comm ball.
Graph Naught says, minus 59.04, minus 111.50.
Thermal protection falling.
I should put it in the notes as well. So, for those who do want to get this, you need to come to this planet, which is, I won't change the name, Albrif 3, which is, I'll give you the proper, actually I'll just jump out first, because then we can get a better, let's get a better background, slightly darker background. So
Kinglig 451 says, can I visit here on a non-expedition save?
yes, anybody could come here on any save. Come to those glyphs. Let's see if I can get a better contrast. Let me just do that again. Yeah, that's a bit better. You can see that more clearly. So you come to those glyphs.
ZXZ says, yes, absolutely.
And go to the space station and reload there. You can reload anywhere in space, but it's a lot easier to just reload at the space station. And then come to this planet again. Obviously you'll have come to this planet initially if you use the portal to come here, and come to those coordinates. So the coordinates I read out from the spaceship. So minus 59.04, minus 111.50. And you will find it. Now I've put down a beacon, but that doesn't always show for other people. I could see if I can go and get a comm ball, because that will show for other people. I think it's the only thing I would ever really use a comm ball for is marking things like this. See if I've got enough salvage to grab one. What we haven't done yet is check the stats, but we'll do that in a minute. Not even sure which one the comm ball's in. Is it this one?
Graph Naught says, it'll take
Yeah,
two.
there.
One for message thing and then one for comm ball.
Item received. Item received.
Took 3 because I didn't have the booster. And I will put the combo not immediately next to it, so because there is a very slim chance that it can mess things up in terms of the exact position of the cabinet. So I will put it just over the way a bit. Doesn't usually mess it up, but it's going to be as safe. So if I go exactly, if I land here and head directly north, that should be enough within sight. get rid of this then. So yeah, come to these glyphs as shown already, but I'll do it again just now. Come to these glyphs, reload in the space station, fly back to the comm ball, which hopefully will only take a day or so to load in. But if you haven't got the comm ball for any reason, come to this location on the planet, which is minus 59.04, minus 111.5, which takes a little bit of practice trying to find coordinates on a planet, but it's not that hard. And you will get it. So let's find out what the stats are. Let's reload in the space station. Actually, then we won't be able to... Oh, yes, we will, yeah. Sorry, I'm thinking of the A-class for a minute. I'm thinking the best we got with the A-class. At some point, I might just do a comparison between that A-class and the S-class based on which one's best in terms of the supercharged slot layout, which I think we can pretty much guarantee that for most things the A-class would probably work out better in the long run. But it'd be interesting to see how close it is and what the comparison is. And if you just like the multi-tool and don't really care what class it is, there's one right here. Just reloading this station, you can pick up the B class. So I'm going to quit to the desktop for a second. So it's not that one. Let's pull up the save editor. It's going to take a little while to pull up the save editor because I have it loaded on a network drive. Let's give that a little while. Have a drink while I'm waiting. So now we've gone just past 5 o'clock, so we can do the missions now. Be interesting if they're as well rounded as the original that I couldn't claim right at the beginning of the stream. Okay. New version is available. I don't need that right now because I'm not going to be saving anything. So let me just make that visible on the screen. So the if you zoom in a bit, hang on. No, that's not working. No, let's not worry about that. So the stats are 34.88. So that's out of 35, I believe. Let me just remind myself of the so damage is out of 35, so it's not quite as good as that one was. 34.88. Mining is 15.82. So again, not quite as good as the other one was that we can no longer claim. And scan is 57.28, which is better, closer to the maximum of scanning. Not that mining or scanning really matter that much. The most important one that we're looking for is damage. And the damage was, just to repeat, 34.88, and this was 34.91. So very little in it there. So yeah, not bad. Wow, I didn't check the where the thing was, where the supercharged slot was. I've just shut it. Let's see if it comes up quicker this time. And while I'm waiting for that, I'll load back into the game. And shut that. Confusing the system. Using a mouse is doubling up my mouse for some reason, because it's doing the mouse on the game and also in Windows. Right, so let's have a look. Multi-tool, we've got a slot there, a slot there, and a slot there. So they're not going to be that great. I'll just confirm where the other one is, if you bear with me. No. Multi-tools. Load that save. Tools. Raw JSON. Common state data. Sorry, this is a bit of dead time. Because we're in an expedition, I'm not seeing it in the normal place because it messes things up a bit. No, I'll confirm that later. So then by the next stream, I'll probably have got a few more. I might even have some. I've got 8. No, that's ship. Have I got any here? Probably not. No. Have I got any here? No. I probably used them all. I'll confirm it in the next stream, exactly where the supercharged slots are. But I don't think the supercharged slots are going to be in great places. Because, I mean, the likelihood of it being here is low. And also, it's not actually that good, even if it is there. So, yeah, it's not an exceptional layout, but it's an S-Class. It's green. It's what I was looking for, and I don't have to upgrade it to get the extra slots. So let's finish off by doing the missions as we can. This should warp us out of here. Doing. I'm assuming the first one will be Polo before I even actually go up there to swarm activity, swarm day. So none of them are Polo. Scramble, space combat, and debris. This will wake me up a little bit. Interesting, there's not loads and loads of stuff in this one. Finally come somewhere where there aren't loads and loads of markers. To swap weapons, aren't they? You need to dig for that one. Closer. It's obsessed with giving us factory override units. I don't know where we're going to use loads of factory override units. Park. unless factory override units are going to suddenly be something different. I once speculated that they could reuse factories and turn them into a form of trading. So we would be able to make certain unique items by taking over factories, or you just using factories, and then we'd have to transport them manually, i.e. warping, as opposed to using teleports. I just thought that would be a nice way of changing up trading. So we maybe have to take things long distances from one factory to a different place where there's a demand for them. Feedback, and then we'll finish off with the space combat. Paradise. No wonder a few people are actually making their bases here. I'm still in mode of actually scramble swarm via the marked console. Where is the marked console? Oh, it's this. I've had it be inside the prefabs before. I don't know if you need to get out of your ship, but I do anyway. Here we go. I don't know if it's my imagination, or sometimes it feels like these swarms get bigger the higher class your weapons are. A bit like... There we go. That doesn't seem bigger though. It seemed like 4. Yeah, 104. Definitely easier to kill with the cannon. It just goes to show how broken the infra knife must be. Okay, we are mostly done. That was not the best place to spawn that. So, by the time I stream again, I will probably have worked out where that supercharged slot is. I'll possibly have... because I've got 2 that I can scrap, I suppose. I'll possibly have a few quite quickly, so I'll be able to work it out either way. I'll probably be able to use the save editor and work it out. The yeah, we've looked at the stats. We've got the location. I'll put that also in the patch notes, not the patch notes, in the comments, so that you don't have to find it all the way into here to what the actual location on the planet itself was, because the glyphs are being shown quite early on in the video. And I think that'll probably be it. I'll try and dig out that the details of the leak, so that we can discuss whether or not the leak has got any grain of truth in it at all.
Kinglick451 says, take care.
Thank you, King Lich. Take care of yourself, and I'll say goodbye to everybody. Thanks everybody for joining me, and thanks for chatting, because I think I probably would have died a little inside if I was just doing that, all of that grinding. And yes, I saved Gravnort from finding the gun, but of course you'll still have to go and find a better layout. That'll only take a few hours. Cheerio. Thanks again. Travel well, and goodbye for now.